Hello, we're live. Let me know if volume and everything goes alright, because everything's just been set up as we go. But it looks like everything's triggering. Let me also, I've noticed a mistake already with this stream chat, because I was going to set that up to the web page. Let me quickly fix that. Why is it doing this? Might just have to turn that off. I was trying to get it to. Hold on. That's good. That's good. Hang on. Bear with me 1 minute. So there's the chat. Hey, we got it. We got the chat. Hello, Toasty Bob. This is professional. We'll do this all the time. Here we go. Come in next week, will be just as good. So what we're doing here today is obviously it's part of the Steam Farming Fest. So yeah, we'll zoom enhance the chat. Hopefully I might move it a bit later on once we have more chats, but for now it's quite good. But yeah, as part of the Steam Farming Fest, we thought we would, as well as let you guys access the demo and play the game, sort of show a bit behind the scenes of the actual making of the game as well. So if you have played, you'll notice in the, at least in the sandbox mode, you can build a variety of items. And those items have a little icon indicating how much it costs to build them. But in the sandbox mode, I think everything's free. But what we're going to do today is, you can see down here on the bottom right, we'll go through all the items in the list and start sort of trying to work out some sort of balance for the actual cost of each item. So probably be a bit of back and forth, changing stuff as we sort of think of new ideas. Because this is sort of the first pass through. Everything has a cost at the minute, but it's just sort of thrown in there, I believe. So yeah, we're going to start from the bottom, which is the simple items, and then move through all the items and sort of work out a cost value. And then hopefully go over to the stuff like the trees and the rocks and stuff like that, and work out how much you get and how much you can spend, and try and sort of balance some sort of system there. So yeah, straightforward for the time being. I mean, we'll leave the simple bin at the moment. At the minute it just costs 3 wood. One thing you'll notice as well, there is a cost and a drop section. Hope you can see that alright on the stream. And that is the cost to build and how many resources you get back when you destroy the item. So you'll notice that the drop is 1 less than the cost in this instance. And if you go through, that's the case for everything. You get fewer resources back than you do build. So the thinking behind that is to make the player think about where they're placing items, because there is a worry that if you place something in the wrong place, you may not have enough materials to rebuild it if you want to destroy it and move it somewhere else. I'll tell you what we'll start with though. For time being, we'll head over to trees. Because these, I believe, are the... Hello Hyper, welcome in. These are the temporary trees. You notice all those branches, but we're just scaling them up to be trees. So if we can throw on a base value of how much resource you get per tree, then we can work from there. So hello Chandra, welcome in as well. So yeah, these dead trees give us 1 wood. Let's find the fully grown tree. So the acorn tree, I think, is the first one you get. So if we go acorn fully grown, does it have a drop value that we can play with? Yes, it does. There we go. So we'll just to start with, we'll say the acorn tree drops. Don't know. Well, again, these are numbers that we're revisiting later on. So a fully grown tree will drop 4 wood, half grown tree will drop 3 wood, and a sapling will drop 1.
Oh, that's why it's not in the grow data, is because it's already on the prefab.
Yeah, you thought it through.
Yeah, well, it's
And just for the sake of ease for the time being, we'll make the pine tree have the exact same cost. I'm sure down the line we can consider more woody trees, and each tree's having different values for wood. One thing we've sort of thrown on the trello board is what we've called a stone tree, which we don't think it's going to be a tree. It's just something that'll act similar to a tree and that'll grow. But when you gather it or harvest it, it'll give you a stone resource. Because we are aware of the fact that there isn't any reliable way to get stone at the minute in the game, so that's something we need to throw in there, especially with the stone building objects. Right, so we'll leave the twister for the time being, because you'll notice the twister has an extra stage in that it has fully grown and a budding, so it's got flowers as well. So we'll put it in here for the time being, and then we'll go from there. So same wood values. That's not the same, is it? Half grown was 3. What we'll do for the budding stage is we'll give you a coin as well. There you go. But yeah, again, that's just a basis of a value. So whiteboard gives that away. Yeah, that's where I used to sit almost, but not quite. So yeah, my thinking is we'll start from the bottom and we'll head our way up in terms of complexity of the item. So the simple bin, you got the icon there. You can see very. Is this the right? I'm in the prefab, not in the resources. There we go, double data. That's the right place. There we go. So cost to build is set to 3, and it gives you 2 back. So that is equivalent of 1 half-grown tree. That kind of works out. Same with the chest. I might reduce the cost of the bin just because of the fact that the chest looks a bit more complex. Same with the sundial. And remember what the sundial looks like. I'll add a stone cost on there as well. I might come back to that because, as I said previously, it is tricky getting stone at the minute. Have a little look at the prefab for the sundial. You see what I'm talking about? Simple sundial. We've got stones, quite a few stones to be fair, but we'll leave it for now. Steam chat. There we go. Scrolling. Yes, that's us in. Hyper there was that we're looking to add what we've quote unquote called a stone tree to the trello board. Just to make something new that'll give us a way to harvest stone, because it doesn't need to be like a mine, like actually harvesting rock, because it is obviously a fantasy setting, so we can play with the idea of rock that grows that you can harvest repeatedly. Those are the temporary solutions we can put in there as well. I was saying earlier to Rob, we can nothing stopping us making so you can just buy stone in the shops for the time being until we'll get an actual full solution for that. So just only 3 simple items at the minute. Set them relatively low because they are sort of the starting items. You also want to make it that these items will eventually have some sort of use in the game, hopefully. So we don't want to be too expensive for the simple ones, because if the player needs to use a bin for a certain item, or he needs to use a chest for a certain purpose, then it should be easy to obtain. So that's a case of chopping down 3 of these trees, and you've got a chest, a couple more, and you've got yourself some decorations. And from a design point of view, adding stone to the 3rd simple item feels like a quite sort of a natural way to introduce the player to gathering stone as well. So once you've gathered stone, oh look, you can now build this thing you couldn't build before as well. One thing I'm not sure if it's implemented yet is we are talking about these buildable items. You have to buy the recipe in the shops to unlock the ability to build them, but these simple ones, we believe you should start with those ones without need to purchase them, and that will work as for tutorial purposes. And as you go into all these wooden items and stone items, these will be something you need to actually buy from the shop in order to then get the recipe to know how to actually build these. So yeah, look at the items we've got at the minute. Without actually referring back to, we could refer back to the view with them as well. Okay, you'd have to buy the items now already as well. That's good. So stuff like this bench, that's half a tree, quite literally. So we can use that to do the cost, but don't know how much you want to refer to the size and complexity item for the value, as opposed to the actual. Cause that's quite a few planks of wood compared to the fence there, right? So theoretically, that should cost a lot more than that to produce. But the fences have more of a use in the picnic bench as well. So players are going to need more fences as well. So that's something else to consider. But stuff like these storage racks, if this is going to be an actual usable item, same with the planters, if we're going to actually be able to plant stuff in those, stuff that the players can use, like the chests and the bins. It's considering should they be more accessible than the decorative stuff that isn't really necessary. So if you want to build a nice picnic bench or a nice planter, that should cost more than something like the bin and the chest that you need access to, right? So it's one thing to think of moving this chat. Now we've reached the bottom of this screen. We shouldn't need to scroll this anymore. Unless the chat goes really fast, but I'm sure it'll be fine. There we go. So yeah, head over back to the actual buildable data, and we'll go in off build order. The beehive. This is presumably going to make us linked to Big B, one of the skylets, I imagine. So it needs to be accessible, but it's also quite a large decorative item as well. So we'll throw it about 12, 10 back, so it's roughly a percentage return. Don't think any stone in the actual appearance. For cost, is money something we'll be considering as well? Do you reckon, Rob? Or
what's that, sorry?
would coins be something we would consider for actually building items as well, or don't stick to stone and wood for the time being?
I would probably say coins. They would just
Leave that for the shop for now.
Just keep that for the shop only, and then see how it feels.
Yeah, no, that's a good shout. See a bench. Again, considering the amount of trees to cut down as well for that, right? That's going to be 3 trees for a beehive, which is not 2.5 trees for a beehive, which is quite a lot. But you're going to have access to other wood options as well. We all talk about the idea of that some of the crops will drop stuff for this. What was this headset, Jack? It's falling apart on my head. No, it's weird. You use the actual like material strap to tying it instead of like clicky bits, which every other headset has. But it's just falling apart. So the bench is the first of the items that's entirely decorative. Doesn't really serve a purpose. I don't know how many skylets I like to have a sit down. So it's entirely for decorating. So it's something that we could consider making more expensive. You know what I think? Thinking again, I swap this round then. The beehive will serve a purpose. The bench is a decorative item. One thing we could put onto this list as well, Rob, is, I don't know if it is on here, is the rating value, how much it increases the rating of the island. So something that's more expensive should increase the rating of the island more than a cheap item. Because the rating was linked to how many decorations you have down, right? Or is that just linked to the floor? The rating for con. Hello, hello. Oh, appeal rating right there. Yeah, so that's something I could. Is this a arbitrary number? What is this, a percentage, or what is this?
Right now, it just totals them.
Totals them.
Which I don't think is a good solution, because it just means that you can just spam the cheapest object, right, and it'll be like the best. I don't know how you do it. The way that they do eco rooms is quite good, where it's sort of like it's an average, and then there's several tiers of.
Yeah, so each particular item, if you keep placing benches, it'll give you diminishing returns. Yeah.
Yeah.
Depends on our end goal for the rating as well. Like, do you want to have like rating 600, or do you want it to be a percentage value? Classically.
I feel like you had a good idea before, where just having it like stars or something, like 5 stars out of, because then you've got like a cap or something.
Yeah, it depends on how complex you want to make it as well. I did just a while ago a sliding sort of scale, so a forest area will have to be between a certain rating value, and a desert area will be between a different rating value, but that's going to limit how much the player can customize the islands as well, right? Because if we say an item is for a forest zone, but the one in a desert zone, that's going to affect that as well. So Yeah, I think I'll stick to. Obviously, we've got this in the minute. At the minute. I'll put an appeal rating linked to the actual cost of the build. And then again, these will all be revisited, I'm sure, in the future. And then we'll I made the bench more expensive just than the beehive, so I'll make that a bit more better in terms of appeal. But appeal becomes important when it comes to actually taming Skylards and stuff, which we might get onto later as well, because we do have the Skylard data we're going to address here as well, in terms of what makes them happy, what makes them spawn. And I believe in here there should be a rating. Yes, appeal rating option. So that's going to become important. But yeah, so where are we at? I've lost the wood and stuff. There it is. So yeah, carrying on with the items. The bin is a item that the player needs to use. The simple bin was 2 wood, very cheap. The wooden bin will serve the exact same purpose, but again, relatively cheap item. Go with 5. Play with that like now. Appeal rating. Bins don't give you any appeal. The chest could have more storage space. I haven't actually worked out how storage works in the game, but the better tier chests could theoretically have better storage space inside them as well, if even serve purpose. But playing with the idea that they will make this a little bit cheaper than the previous items, because it's again an item that the player's going to need. What to do the chest total for? Just double checking again. Simple chest was 3 wood. Oh, that was 2 and 3, 5 and 8. Yeah, that's the same increase. Accidentally, but we'll work with that. And again, I'm not giving the bin and the chest appeal rating, because if they are going to be items that the player can use, for example, building more chests, giving more storage space, we don't want that to affect the actual rating of the place by letting you increase that by 10-fold or whatever. So, chopping block, purely decorative. I believe there isn't any chopping of items, so again, this will be a more expensive item. I think I'll add a little stone cost to this as well, to sort of simulate the axe on top as well. Other than that, it's just a lot of wood. I will give that a high appeal rating though, because it is expensive. Decking as well. Can you do 0.5s? No. Decking is flooring, so giving this a higher appeal rating is going to be risky, because you're going to make quite a large layer of flooring. Again, you can make that relatively cheap based on the fact that it's not making it cheaper than that. Based on the fact is something the player's going to be placing more of just to cover an area. Again, uncertain on the appeal rating idea for that. Size ratio, these are all the bench, for example, is 6x2 in terms of size, and that gives you an appeal rating of 3. So for that same sense, we can build 3 of these decks in the same area, and it gives us the same amount of appeal. Chopping block is 3x3, gives you 3, kind of balances. Chopping block is a better value for money, but it does cost more, so I guess that's the payoff for that. The feeding trough as well is an item we've been discussing having a purpose, in the sense that the animals, you can fill it with food and the animals will feed from it potentially, but it may just be something that's a decorative item to attract Grumble or something who likes food. I haven't quite worked out exactly, so we'll just give that a basic cost, because again it's a larger item. I'll give it a little appeal rating. Now I think with the fencing we'll give a similar cost to the decking, and a small appeal rating, just because again the fencing is something the player is building a lot of. Make the gate a little more expensive, just for the sake of that. Okay, picnic bench. We were looking at this before. This is the first of the larger items. That again doesn't really serve a purpose, but it is a lot of wood, so we'll make that A bit more expensive. I don't know, I'm leaning more towards even numbers and making this for some reason. Excuse me. No reason for that, I just personal preference, I guess, other than 5s, that doesn't count. It's like when you're increasing or decreasing the volume on the TV. If there's not a value of 5 or an even number, it's not good enough. But this being an expensive item should have a high appeal. Probably higher than that, to be fair. There we go. I think I'll leave that at the value of 10 and 8 because the planter box is a larger item. I like the idea of giving it a decent appeal rating, but if we can work our way to increase the appeal rating once you planted flowers in it, because that makes it nicer. Because I don't think the planter comes with anything in it by default. Yeah, see, it's just an empty box. So you get that, and it's nice. Ooh, I nearly clicked stop recording. Almost flew off the screen. But then once the player puts flowers in it, that'll be much more appealing by all means of the word. So if that can be something that can be changed, Rob, when something's planted, that'd be great. But for now, we'll leave it as that without worrying about it. Dual is relatively small, so I'll go with 6 and 1 appeal. The storage rack is the fun one, so we want this to be, as it says, a storage space for your wood. So you'll notice the first thing I've done there is making the drop cost the same as the cost to build. It's an idea we got from another game, I think it's in Valheim, where you can sort of build a pile of stones, and it costs 50 stones, and you can pick it up and you get 50 stones back. And it's just a way of like storing your objects dynamically in the world. I thought it was quite nice. So we're doing something similar with the storage racks. There it is. See, it's literally a log storage rack. Do I need to scroll down on the actual window? Maybe. No. There we go. Ah, I lost where I am. We're back. So yeah, this is what physically 12 logs, but we haven't given a value to a log. So, but yeah, the purpose remains of this is just a storage space to keep all your logs without having to carry them around. Buildable data. There we go. Storage. So yeah, I left that at 25 for the time being. I won't give that an appeal rating again for the same reason that it is something that serves a purpose. It's storage. So if the player stockpiles 200 wood, that shouldn't be affecting their actual appeal of the island, because then if they come to pick up that wood to build objects, then it's going to reduce the appeal, which could have a knock-on effect to the skylets, etc. So we don't want too much of that. Sundial, although serves a purpose, is decorative as well. But I was going to say you don't really need to know the time of day, but then it can become important to know the time of day when it comes to learning when the ships arrive and stuff, because we do want to be setting them on a sort of semi-schedule, so they'll arrive at certain times of the day on certain days. So sundial does serve a bit of a purpose in that sense, but it is still largely decorative, and so we'll give it a bit of an appeal rating and make it a bit more pricey. At the bottom of the list, table large. Don't have a wooden table small, so we can't compare that. But again, table is decorative, so we'll give it a higher appeal rating because it's quite large, 4x2, and then we'll give it a, yeah, we'll stick with 15. Seems kind of expensive, so we've got 15 for that, and then you've got stools to sit around, and the stools are 6. Oh, would you cost of the stool? Yeah, okay. And finally the wheelbarrow planter. This is entirely decorative. We'll give this a large appeal value. I'm saying large, 5 is as large as you've done. Don't know if that's a large yet. I'll make this a more pricey item as well, just because it is quite complex in its design as well. It's not just a tabletop and legs, it's an actual wheelbarrow with things inside. I'll give it a stone value as well for that purpose as well. I don't think there's anything that looks like stone on it, but there is the... It does have dirt inside with flowers, so you can pretend that that's the purpose of that cost of the stone. So yeah, at the end of the wooden items, decent number of them there. We have the same items but in stone. So I think the best way to do that will be to literally copy the values across but change it to stone instead of wood. So that's 10 and 8, appeal rating of 2. 10 and 8, appeal rating of 2. Wooden bin. I might be one or two items that are different. 5 and 3, more appeal rating. There are some items that are unique, a bird bath for example, which is an appeal focused item. It's to attract, potentially chirp some other of the bird related skylights that I may add in the game. So we'll make it a bit more expensive because it is cosmetic, but it does serve purpose in attracting the skylights. Wooden chest. 8, 6, no appeal rating. Stone chest. 8, 6. Cobble is the flooring because I've got wooden deck, which is 4 and 3 with appeal of 1. We do also have the pavement. Oh, hang on, let me refresh which one's which. That's dead objects. Stone. This one is more complex looking than the other. Right, the cobble is quite basic compared to the pavement. So we'll give the pavement the appeal rating and the cobble will be cheaper to make. So 4 and 3. Appeal of 1. Cobble will be 2, 1, no appeal. Eight, 6, 2. So it'll start getting interesting when it comes to the actual miscellaneous items, because each one of these is totally different, so I'll have to think for what I should bring in here. But for this first set, it's just a case of entering the same values across. So we have a fire pit here. This is another decorative item, but it's quite nice, quite large as well. So we'll make it quite expensive, but it does also have burning wood in the middle of it as well. So we'll add a wood cost to that as well. It might be a bit too expensive, but it is a large, nice item, so we'll make it expensive and we'll give it a good value. Now, one thing we could also play with the idea of is minus appeal ratings, because we could have the idea of some skylights that prefer areas that are a bit gross. So again, we could have, for example, I've made this gravestone, which is quite a sad, depressing item in some instances, or quite gothic looking compared to the rest of the game, giving it a minus appeal. So if you have a place that needs minus 20 appeal, then certain skylights could stop appearing. But again, we do run into the issue there that one of the ideas like of the game is that you can make islands where all the skylights all come together and live, but if you have to make an island minus appeal to attract the spook, then it's never going to meet something that needs high appeal, which is kind of like something we want to try and avoid if we can. But it also serves a purpose that if you want to balance your appeal at a certain area, you can throw in some items that have a negative appeal, not just the gravestone, other items. So you have if your appeal is too high, you can bring it down a bit by placing items as opposed to destroying items as well. So we'll leave it in there for now as -5, but then we'll have to think about other items that we could place that would reduce appeal as well. So right now, everything's too nice to make it reduce the appeal, but we'll have a think about that as we go forward. The rest of stuff. 5 and 4, 1. Sundial. If I remember right, the stone sundial's a decent bit nicer looking than the wood one in terms of like extravagance. But for the sake of balance, we'll keep it at the same cost: 12, 10, and 1. $15, 12, and 3. Now I don't remember the difference between the large and the small tables. It's about half the size though, so we could just use that. Yeah, I'll give that 2 appeal. I think I'm gonna leave the cost about the same because it's gone down to 10 and 8 as opposed to 15 and 12, which seems like a decent bit of drop down. This is the sort of thing that we're going to have to spend a lot of time balancing. So once people are actually playing in the game, and presumably people might start min-maxing their islands, which we can then use that information to then, you know, change it how we want it to make sure people can't, yeah, break the game by, you know, placing millions of one item that's really cheap and gives you loads of benefit, for example. So we're going to try and avoid that, but something that we'll probably have to revisit in the future anyway, once people actually have a better grasp of the game. Offense 5, 3, and 1. The stone wall serves the same purpose, so it'll be the same cost. But for stone, stone well. This is again another similar to the wheelbarrow planter. Is just a large decorative item. Don't think we'll need to have the need to get water from a well, but it looks quite nice. So that was 20, 17. It does have wood in the actual design as well, quite a lot actually, so it makes that a bit more. Yeah, so you have the framing in the wood and the roof, and a lot of stone for the bottom. But it's primarily a stone object, which is why it's listed as stone, and we'll use that thought process when applying the cost as well. So let's have a look about that. Yeah, so the wood and stone ratio is the same, but I have increased the wood value or the wood cost for the well. So I increased the appeal rating as well to account for that. Now we will leave the pet items for now, because these are Kickstarter specific, so that's all of the kettlefish. We don't want to make them break the game balance by having access to these items. So I have to have a good think about that before we come back to the actual cost of those. But the next straightforward one will be the luxury. So as the name entails, luxury items, although they may serve the same purposes, like the bin and the chest, these are entirely just maybe expensive luxury items to build. So we'll make sure the cost of these represents the fact that they are quite sort of end game sort of products. So the appeal rating will need to be much higher to account for that as well, though. So I know I was saying before about the bin and the chest having no appeal rating just because they serve a purpose, but based on the fact that they have such a large cost, I will increase the appeal. I will give appeal rating to those, but there won't be much. But when it comes to stuff like the chairs, then we will start considering the actual higher appeals. So give that a 4. There's a chair, so you're probably building multiple of them. Same with table, can reflect the same. Even though there's no physical stone in the luxury table design, there is some engraving, so we'll reflect that with the cost of stone as well, with it being a more harder to get resource at the time. But one thing about there is we have, with this sort of balancing of making the luxury items cost more wood than it does stone to make, I'm setting the preset there that the wood is not as valuable as the stone because you need more wood to make the item. So I'm wondering if we could reflect that in the game by making wood the more abundant resource and stone slightly harder to get. Then the issue with that is I've made all these stone items have the same cost as the wooden items, just flipped stone and wood value. So in terms of building the objects, stone and wood equal the same. But when it comes to the luxury items, I've suddenly given stone a greater value than the wood. So I quite like the cost of that being what it is, so it's the same as the bin, which is weird. Might increase that a bit. 15. The stake light is quite small, it's really quite small. It's a 1x1 item. It's also quite short as well as how much space it takes up. If it's one of those things that the player's going to want to build multiple of, so we'll keep that as that, or we'll give it a nicer appeal rating because it is quite a nice looking item as well. If we look over here, it's this stake light. So think of like those garden lights you get, put alongside your path, and it's got a glow. Where it's having a light bulb on the top, it's kind of a glowing crystal. So it's quite, heavy on the stone, but it is quite a nice looking object. That I imagine the player's going to want to build multiple of, as opposed to a shed where you build 1 or 2 sheds and that'll be it. Make this expensive though, because it is a large item. Sure. But the appeal rating of the shed would be much larger just because it's a large item, it takes a lot of space. But that's the kind of item that could fall into the issue of being something you could meta game if that's something you want to consider to build a bunch of sheds and then suddenly it appeals to the roof. So we don't want to make it too great, but yeah, now onto the miscellaneous items. So this is where the cost is going to become a bit more up in the air. So the nest for chirp is going to be again, serves a purpose in that it needs to be for chirp specifically. We are also playing the idea of giving each creature or each skylet their own version of a nest, and that'll be where we introduce the breeding aspects of the game. So we did sort of very patchwork chuck in a breeding aspect in the previous demo, whereas we made 2 versions of the same creature happy, they would interact, and then one would drop an egg just on the floor, and that egg would hatch. But we like the idea of having a nest that would be another requirement to have in order for the creatures to breed. So you would need 2 chirps that are happy, you need a chirp nest, and then once all those requirements are met, then the chirps would lay an egg in the nest. But the purpose that means, so the thought process behind that though is that now the nest serves a purpose, but it's something that's more end game. So making it more expensive does kind of work, but we don't want it to be too expensive because it's not going to really affect the appeal rating potentially. Because at this point, the appeal should already be high enough for the creatures to be happy in the first place. So, bit of a tricky one, but we'll leave it at a cheap cost with no appeal, and then we'll have more of a consideration about it when we get more nests made as well. Yeah, it's one of the early game, right? So it's sort of the chirp nest could be the introduction to the breeding as well. So. But yeah, something we'll have to have a bit of a think about. Doormats, we'll give them an appeal rating of 1 because they are decorative. It's similar to the floor like things, right? We had it's 4x2, so it's a bit bigger than the actual. Where are we at again? We had there the wooden deck, for example. That's 2x2, 4 wood, 3 wood, appeal of 1. These are decorative floor covering, so appeal of 2. Well, even more than that because of the fact they occupy. If we give it an appeal of 2, it's occupying the same amount of space as 2 decking. So make it 3. Cost-wise, needs to reflect that now. So a bit of stone, just again to lean towards the fact that the doormats have patterns on. I think I'll copy that across for all of them. What was the stone value? Oh no, what have I done? Oh, there we go. 2 and 1. Okay. Now this flowing fountain is one of the largest items in the game, as well as one of the most fancy looking, and it moves, just to make it even more. I'm thinking the other fountain. This one's still very fancy item. Water actually flows through each one. Or I was thinking it was this rolling ball fountain. This one's huge. Good thing I checked then. So yeah, this has got a large wood element to it as well. So it looks almost 50-50 for the wood. I think I'll add more to the stone. But the main purpose of the flowing fountain is going to be decoration again. So the appeal rating for this needs to be larger. 5. We'll work that for now. We'll do 5 wood, 10 stone. There we go. I believe most of these plant pots are similar in size. Okay, that one's different. They're the ones I was thinking of. Is normal 1, 2, and 3. So we have these 1, 2, and 3 should be the basic pots. If you think about it as the basic items, then we have the mushroom and the butterfly as the designed pots. They'll be a bit more expensive to make. Same with the snail one, but the snail one's quite small. And that's like a nice little one. Yeah, this is physically quite small when placed in games, so it's something else to take into consideration. So we'll do the normal ones first.
Talk about pots.
I think I'll keep these. What did I value that? 6 and 3. 3, 6, and 4. It's a bit more. There we go. I believe one of it is larger. There we go. This one's larger. This one takes up a 3x3 instead of a 2x2. So we'll make that value recognize that. 9, 7, 2. There you go. A bit more of appeal for the bigger one. Now these are smaller, but more intricate. Also a bit of wood to them ones. And Rob's favourite, the mushroom. And I'm thinking the snail pot will be the same as the butterfly and mushroom pots, but again it's physically smaller. So we'll need to make the appeal smaller, otherwise you can fit 4 snail pots into the same space. You can fit a butterfly pot. So still, if you want to min-max your building, go for the smaller pot. But in terms of just cosmetic appeal, we will we'll consider the actual effects of the appeal rating if it becomes a problem, but for now we'll make it just cost a bit less because it's smaller and just have a bit less of an appeal. Now this wooden pot is quite simple, but quite cute, quite quaint. But it's just got wood in the actual design, so we'll just give it a wood cost and maybe not so much the stone. That can be sort of the introduction pot to make. Now, based solely on the fact that these are great, I want to make the plushes expensive for their size. You see, it's only 1x2, it's quite small, but we'll make them expensive to make because they're fantastic and give it a decent appeal rating. Maybe not 5 for the size, that's quite extravagant, but we like the idea of making so you can unlock plushes or teddies of each sky in the game, and maybe linking it to something in the game as well, in the sense that maybe you need to learn everything about the particular skylet in order to unlock the ability to make this. So you go take a sort of a teddy version of Shelly. So it'll be an end game item anyway. So by giving it a higher appeal, if we do make it an end game item, the higher appeal shouldn't be a problem in terms of people min-maxing and overloading the appeal of the island. Because by the time you've got that item, you should already have high appeal. So sort of. Yeah, very, very similar vibe as a Pokemon base. Yeah, the rolling ball fountain is what I was showing you before. Very, very large item. Very heavy on the stone. So we'll give it a bit of wood just because that's a bit ridiculously small though. Give it a good appeal because it's a very large item and it looks quite cool. So make them more expensive. Scarecrow is one of the items that probably will serve a purpose, or possibly serve a purpose. We would like the idea of maybe using the scarecrows to keep certain skylets away from your farms. If we add an element where the skylets will destroy your farms if they get access to them, the scarecrow could be an alternate use than the fences to keep them out. But it is a large item as well, so I do like the idea of giving it a bit of an appeal rating, even though it does serve a purpose. And if it does serve a purpose, you don't want to make it too expensive, so I might leave that as 7 and 5. Well, it's heavy on the wood and the straw to make it, so sure, let's go 9. Make it a bit more expensive. Well, the street lamp is another one of those that is entirely cosmetic, but serves the purpose of being cosmetic at night because you've got the glowing lamp. I was just checking there, the post is made of wood, so it should be more, should cost more wood to make than not. But we don't want to make it too expensive, because it's one of the things you probably want to build multiple. Oops. There we go. And if we build a multiple, the appeal shouldn't be too great. I kept the appeal figure generally quite small, which you might need to revisit, but for now it's basis. So the only ones I haven't touched at the minute is the pet items, and I guess we'll just leave them something cheap that won't really affect the appeal, because the bowls, for example, are probably going to be where you feed the particular animals, similar to the troughs. Troughs, don't pronounce that word very well. I'll get a bit more expense for them. Leave the cat and the dog exactly the same in terms of value. House is more wood than not, so we'll make that more expensive. And then we've got the scratching post. We don't have the frisbee dog toy, so we'll leave that like that for now. So, okay, next after that is the actual growables. So, I'll be in the prefab, I think we said. If you go to vegetation, There we go. Devil's lettuce. So each stage of this plant has a growth, and now we need to consider on what each stage drops as well. There we go. So obviously the budding stage drops the actual fruit as well, so it'll always cycle between these two in terms of growth stages. The plant itself doesn't get any bigger, it just sprouts the fruit. So when you consider what happens when you destroy that fruit, or destroy the bush in general, to get rid of it out of your Skystead. This is where the economy gets a bit more complicated. Yeah, I don't know if Rob's addressed that yet. There was a couple of the bushes were turning into the devil's lettuce. There was another one. Was I think maybe the dog biscuit bush as well. But can we see? That would be in this. Let's address it. Is it because I hasn't got the final element up?
Pardon?
I'm looking at the bushes now, and is that because the red berry bush only has 3 stages?
No, it shouldn't matter.
Does the red berry bush have a 4th stage even though? It does. That's part of the problem, I guess, but nothing I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just playing around with this. But that is one of the things that is missing in stage 4.
That's the shop pictures you're looking at there.
One wrong place now. Is it because you've got 2 oh, great, last one something now. It hasn't got the same naming conventions either for this. Not that it matters too much. Half bush. Oh my god. Probably my big more by just changing this, but so you see here as well, whilst we're playing around with this, the bushes themselves, or the plants themselves, have appeal ratings. That's certainly something we'll have to put in as well. We do want the plants to actually increase the appeal of the island, because you know, having a nice working farm sort of should make the island itself nicer in the end. Shop stuff, yeah. Doesn't matter. Is there a quick way to... If I chuck a berry bush near, right?
Just drag the brief hammer into the sea.
See if that's worked. Probably not, but we'll see. So added the fourth stage, made sure that the fully grown grows to budding within a second. So right now you'll be able to, if it does work, harvest berries really quick, but this all works. I might have totally broken it all together by adding the where is it? Hello bush. It's not here, is it? Am I blind? It's out of there, tiny. Yeah, there it is. Is it gonna grow? I should have changed all the timers. I've set like 120 seconds, wasn't it? So it's like 2 minutes to grow. So save us the time. Remind me that I've changed this. We'll change it back. Time to grow from sapling. We'll make that 30 seconds. We'll make that 1 second. That'll give us time to load and run down the stairs. Same field name for you button shop item. Did I change that down the shop item? No. That's because that's... I'll just notice all this off. Come on. Sapling. Half grown. Fully grown. That'll be why. Those weren't set, right? Probably. I had multiple stages of fully grown inside the red berry bush growth stages. So I'll set the first growth stage to 30 seconds. I might need to re-drag and drop it in actually. That was weird. I've counted 30. I don't know if I've counted too fast. I'll give it a few more minutes, a few more seconds just to see. I might need to re-drag and drop that in, to be fair, since I didn't. Yeah, I'll re-drag and drop it in. I don't think that's working yet. My thinking there was I hadn't re-imported it, so it might have been a case that it's still using the old prefab. Moving the dead tree shouldn't have affected it, no, because it doesn't interact at all. I was really trying to remove the dead tree in case I removed the bush itself, so I'm going to go forward to this, get out here. There we go. Buildables, there we go. That's not quite one. Turn this growth time down to like 5 seconds, so we'll know for sure. And then we'll replace it again. One, two, three, 4, 5. No, it's not going. See if I can buy one. I don't know if the scars are going to drop money though. That's 20. We'll buy one and see if we do anything. Alright, nice change. You start with the item in your hand. I imagine that was to fix the floating fruit, was it? Oh, nope, double lettuce. It changed straight into it. Cool. Didn't fix it. Did I apply? Does the growth data here get applied? I've made changes to this. But did I add it to the prefab? Does it need adding to the red berry bush prefab at all? The only difference I can see now, Rob, is the placement data is set to none for that and plant to that. I don't think that's going to be affecting it, is it?
The placement data shouldn't affect. No, that will be the its effect on the terrain as you plant it. It's not the
Yeah.
yeah. Have you checked the? So you're on buildable data.
What, sorry?
Oh, sorry, my screen is. Oh, I've got it low FPS, low resolution, so I can't read anything. But you're checking the grow data.
Yeah.
And all of that is berry bush.
Yeah, this
berry
is now.
bush all the way down.
Yeah. I fixed it. It was missing the fully grown budding section, so I've added
Right.
that.
Okay. What about each of those prefabs? They have a link to that asset in them, and the same with the item, the actual red berry item.
Right, so this one here. Where grow plant, devil's lettuce. Found the issue. And it's done devil's lettuce because at the top of the list. And these growth dates aren't set right either. There we go. Attempt number 3. Or was it attempt number 4 or 5? Who knows? Ta-da! I fixed it. Now we've put the numbers back to what they should be so it doesn't just sprout up instantly. But it works. Growth time set to 120 for all of these, I believe. There we go. Red berry bush fixed. where was I? What was I doing? I was going through, to be fair, we're in the same sort of zone. I was going through each of the prefabs anyway. Which way I ended up back. And I was literally right here when I started, but on the devil's lettuce. If I was on the red berry bush, I would have spotted the issue. Going around the houses and found it. But yeah, so yeah, what we'll start with is the actual sort of the dropping costs. So do you get anything if you destroy the plant? Straight like fully destroy and not just harvest it. So yeah, sure, we'll give these a small wood value. We'll give the half-grown one a smaller one and the sapling nothing because it's too small. I think for all the bushes we'll stick to the same. So 2, 2, 1. I'm not keeping an eye over here on the right to make sure it's set to the right thing. Like that one was also set to devil's lettuce. Oh, it's also set to fully grown. Sapling, half grown, fully grown pudding. Cool. I do remember the I believe it was the dog biscuit bush that was doing the same thing as well. If I remember right, the square fruit is quite large. I don't know if you've changed the They should change the scaling, but that bush is huge compared to the other ones. Yeah, that's fair. For the corn, we'll give it a value of 1. Carrot doesn't have any stages. Also, doesn't really have a wood value, I would say. Yeah, little. You know, it's handy them doing this then. Find little fixes, fixing that drop down to say budding instead of whatever there as well. The cat orb was off a little bit as well. The cat orb's just a plant, isn't it? It's not a bush. So we'll take that down a step or two. Same with the chili. Almost looks like a bush, but it's not a bush. So we'll just make it sapling, half grown, fully grown, budding. Now I feel like the mushrooms shouldn't give you wood when you destroy a mushroom. Maybe we'll do it if we destroy a full plant, just so there's actual something. Empty hole and fill hole. Yeah, I shouldn't get anything for that, should we? The filled hole has a default drop down. And you can't. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll just leave it. It seems to work. Excuse me. I'm just checking all the drop downs seem to be where they should be. And then for the fully grown ones, if you destroy it, I'm saying you get a single wood. Something's a bit tricky, like the Shires, for example, has a different state. Let me show a catch that as well. Yeah, we'll give the sunflower stem, because the sunflower's large. Now here's the important bit, the acorn trees. So I did set that initially, didn't I, to 4 per tree. Sure, we'll leave it out for now. 4, 3 and 1. Now I'm going to give the bushes... get 2 for a bush, 4 for a tree. Sure. Kinda works. I feel like the tree cost isn't giving you enough, but then if you increase that considerably, then the cost of the build of items goes down. Like actual, yeah, the requirement will drop quite a lot. Which I think how realistically how many trees you're gonna have per island, right? Do we chuck one over here? Just have a look. Full grown pine tree. It's not big, right? Is that on the, yeah, it's on the floor. And there should be something that prevents you growing them too close to there. So that alone is taking a lot of space, a lot of visual space as well as actual physical space. And that's 20 wood right there if you cut that all down. Then if you increase that value by 1, that's only 25 wood. And that would be the cost of some of the luxury items. Try to think about logically in the sense of like, do you want the player to have to constantly grow and cut down trees just to get the more expensive items, or do you want it to be more fluid feeling in the sense that the more you progress, you just naturally have the resources to build the bigger stuff? Obviously, you can get a lot more complex when it comes to actual trading in the ship, selling and buying resources as well as just using coins, if you want to go down that route. But I can certainly foresee at the minute, if you want to. I did make the trees first. I did a bit of eyes for the trees first. I just guessed a number. I said 4 wood, and then we'll go from there. I think we'll be in the same predicament if I'd made the items first, then fill in the trees. But I think it's something we're going to have to test and get a feel of to see how it feels. Does it feel like you're having to grind the trees? Which we don't want. We don't want the players to feel like they're having to do a job in order to, you know, build nice cosmetics. But at the same time, those cosmetics that you're building should feel like a reward. You've had to work towards them, so you definitely take a bit of back and forth to actually get a feel of how well you can get items. All these dead trees, I think, are giving you like 1 or 2 as well, so that's going to be quite a lot to start with. It's going to be very lot. If does each one of these sticks give you a bit of wood, or does some of them give you nothing? Yeah, they all give wood a variety of values. So you're going to start with quite a lot of wood. You're going to start with quite a lot. Just from clearing this first island. Something like... I took 35 sticks on this island. So that's only between 35 and 70 wood to start with. And that's probably enough to build the whole game out of it. So I think we do need to consider making the build objects much more expensive. I think for the sticks, the chance to drop would be good, yeah. Like these little ones on the floor, right? If we're sticking with having these little sticks around, there's a chance you get 1 or nothing. Then these bigger ones, there's a chance you get 1 or 2, and then. Well, I think for the actual farmed items, when you're growing your own trees, keeping those as a solid, you grow it, you cut it down at the right time, you will get the right amount of wood. But for these dead items that we have the purpose of just clearing up, yeah, I think it'd be quite nice to consider having a. Can I move those down? Because it's annoying me. No, it's a pop something else. Yeah, for the dead items, I think a chance of 1 to 2 or 0 to 1 would be quite good. My concern is once you've so we clear these items, right? You've got, we'll say like halfway more. You've got like 50 wood from clearing this item. All these items here. Right now, that's going to let you build all the simple stuff quite a lot. When it comes to the rest of the game, and just say you spend all your wood on something, you want to redesign something. I guess multiply everything by 10, so make the trees give you more, make everything else give you more. It's probably the answer. It's probably the answer. I think 10 obviously a bit too high, but yeah, just make everything a bit bigger. Maybe by 3. leave the appeals where they are, but I think we'll go ahead and multiply them by 3. Might affect the drop rate. We'll see. Here's where I'm going to get caught out for not knowing the maths. I'm going to multiply one of these incorrectly. Oh no, 12 times 3. Suddenly a hard number. Oh, 18 times 3, that's not fun.
You can just type in times 3.
Can you? Oh my, wow, that's fantastic. Can I also just put that on the copy? Oh yeah. Shame you can't go to the next field. Unless you can with the arrow keys or something. One thought process here though is it going to look, how's it going to like physically look on the menus if it's saying like 30 wood to build a doormat? Is that going to look a bit over the top? But I mean at the beginning it might do, but you might get an understanding of the value of the wood once you can harvest 12 per tree. One concern is for the stone, because there isn't as much stone to get at the minute, but again that's a problem we know about and we will address. And again, appeal as well. We'll have to do some external with the appeal ratings when it comes to working out how much appeal we want to tie to the skylets. We'll start balancing that around the actual skylet spawning and skylet happiness as well. But for now, putting placeholders to give an understanding. I think it's a value between 1 and 6 to be fair at the minute per item. But the same principle can be applied once you work out the bases of the skylight requirements as well. Don't worry, I will remember to increase the tree values as well. Oh, I didn't address the statues. They're quite expensive. We'll leave them at that expense, and we'll just give them an appeal rating. No, I didn't second exciting. Would have times up by 3 twice. nearly back at the bottom of this. No, I've got the wooden after this as well. One thing I'm thinking of now as well is the also want to increase the tree value, how much wood you get from the trees. I'm wondering if it's worth leaving the bushes as low as they are, because the point of growing a bush isn't to get wood or other resources, is to gain whatever fruit it's growing. So just giving you a little something back when you destroy something. Just so you don't feel like you're being destroyed of everything, but I'm liking the idea of leaving it as a very small value, just so you don't, so no one's inclined to start growing a bunch of berry bushes to try and get wood out of it. But at the same time, if we get deeper into the actual economy of the growing crops, will there be an arbitrary value linked to getting there's already a coin value for buying a berry in the shop of 20. So whatever you get out of the fully grown bush should theoretically give you just enough coins to get another berry out of the shop. But we can't sell stuff to the shop just yet, so it's kind of something we don't need to think of too much just yet. But I'm going to round that up. The storage rack, make that 100. Just because everything else is so expensive now that 100 wood's going to be something you're going to get a lot of. It might be worthwhile making the storage rack even larger. We need a stone storage tank, so don't put that on a trellis board up. There we go. I'll go back to the trees. Where's the dropped value? I'll leave the sapling as one. We don't want to entice the player to cut down saplings if it works out as time valuable, right? At least wait till your tree's growing before you cut it down. I'll say we need a stone storage pile as well, so I don't know if we've got that task or not. So we've got the wood storage, but we need stone storage. Now you get 12 wood per fully grown tree. That makes these sticks not as valuable to cut down, but obviously something you need to do. So hopefully that will balance out nicely. That's all the vegetation done as well. Couple more things. Go back to the vegetation actually. Not here. Is the actual cost of these in the shop, is it worth having consideration for those, or do we leave them where they are for now? Do you want to consider the cost of the crops for now? I think high is good because you'll work for it, but turn it down a little bit. That's one thing we can look at is the actual growth stage times. Is there a cooldown on how often you can prep the Skylights as well? Or is it like a one-time thing? That's alright. I know like in the one that I shared initially you could just spam click, couldn't you? And so we've got trees. Why does the acorn tree take a lot longer to grow than the pine tree? With that in mind, we could play with the growth times. Some it takes longer to grow, but it gives you more wood. So the pine tree is the quickest growing tree. Twister tree is middle and the acorn's highest. So if you go back to vegetation, the acorn tree takes longer to grow. That gives you 15 wood. Pine sapling gives you nothing. Pine half grown, 9 and 12. The twister takes longer to grow, but also gives you that wood, but gives you coins as well at the final stage. That's why. So yeah, I've increased the value of the acorn tree, just because, or the drop value of the acorn tree, just because it takes longer to grow. So read the descriptions. How? Without. I guess I can do it in game if you want to.
Just expand it. Like it's just the same localization as Hexene stuff. It's just the Unity version's newer.
No, I didn't see the button. I did not break it. I've launched in now.
Oh yeah, it's in shop data at the bottom there that you're looking at.
Oh right, just further down.
You were in the right place.
I clicked on the drop down and just let me pick more things. So I didn't want to.
Yeah, it's each language.
Yeah, it literally says growth. Give lots of words, it takes longer to do so. One I've done for the twister tree because it has an extra stage, right? So these just have saplings, then half grown, full grown. This has a budding stage as well with the flowers. So I've made it so if you wait till the budding stage, you'll get some coins as well if you cut it down. Just because it's only the resource you have at the minute. The way that's described though, right, that takes, if you look at the trees, right, the acorn tree takes 2 minutes per grow stage, so 4 minutes you've got access to 12 wood for the pine tree, that is anyway. But the acorn tree takes 3 minutes per, so that's 6 minutes, and you've got access to 15 wood. What is the wood to time ratio there? Let me get a calculator. Calculator. Right, so what I say, we have 4 minutes for 12 wood. So per minute, you're gaining 3 wood. That's simple. And then we have 6 minutes for 15 wood. So you're getting less wood per minute on the acorn tree. What do? That's suddenly gone up to 3. That's do that right. 240 divided by 60. Yeah, that's 4 minutes. That's 7 minutes now. Not too many folders. Does reduce the amount you get per. So if I make that 20 wood now. No. I want to make the value per minute just as good. If not a little bit better. I'll do 23 wood for the acorn tree. Fully grown. Half grown only takes 4 minutes, 3 minutes. It's 4 wood per minute. Lost myself again. That's 3 wood per minute on the this. So that's giving you 9 wood at the halfway mark. 12, 11, just to make it a bit more. Yes, now the acorn will give you more value for money in terms of growing it, but only just. But it does take longer to do. So hopefully that works out, and hopefully people don't just sit spamming pine trees instead. But yeah, that feels a bit better in terms of tree balance anyway. Hopefully that will work out in terms of getting the building value worthwhile as well. But yeah, I think next in line would be the skylets. What are these guys working out? What makes them happy and stuff. But I'm thinking first time I take a bit of a break. Don't know if I want to take over. Don't know how to do a back screen to discuss this, but do you fancy taking over? Want to try the?
Yeah, I'll try if you want. Do you want to have a look at the skylets or?
I do, but later. Right now, I need to move.
You need a break, yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll hop in.
Cool. I'll just mute the mic, and then it'll look professional, and then we'll be back when Rob comes here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, was that there?
How do I change the be right back text?
Should we text people? You just do it, yeah. Hide it.
Hide it.
The lie icon.
But it says Lee, and I don't want it to say Lee.
I'll change that text tool as well.
There we go.
There's 2 text tools on it.
No, I got this. I got this. There we go. Professional. Hmm? It is weird sitting in Jack's chair. Okay, so I am going to quickly just play through the stuff that Lee's been doing. I'm just quickly pulling off Source Tree because I've been working on some stuff, some performance improvements, things like that. And yeah, we're just going to go from that and see what everything's like. I know that the Skylets aren't their like behaviours for appearing and then being happy and stuff aren't in. But hopefully the economy should be alright. We'll see. And I've quickly thrown together a quick rock spawner in the mine area. Over here, so rocks should spawn regularly anyway, so that should be alright. Also, Jack has informed us that this is his only pair of headphones and he's leaving at 4, so we'll panic about that in a bit. You can see this bar at the bottom. It's trying. Our source tree has been so slow recently. It's quite concerning, actually. Oh, are we good? We good? Compiling? Reload, there we go. Yep, so over here we should now have a rock spawner, yes. And all this does is, there's a couple of targets underneath it, and every 5 seconds it like does a chance check, and sometimes it spawns the rock. So we'll see what that's like, anyway. Yeah, just get to it. I've also reduced the time of the zap as well, because the zap, I don't like the destroy mode animation. It was something we threw together quite quickly, but it sort of stuck, so we do need to work on that a fair bit. Oh, the sensitivity is different on here, isn't it? I don't have a Razor Naga, so I don't know how to change weapon and stuff. But yeah, so we've got all these different modes to do. Let's flatten out an area and try and buy some stuff. So that was one of the mods. One of the things that I added yesterday was this like little grey outline for if you don't have enough money to buy things, just to sort of indicate that it's not okay. But then if you go out of the zone, it still should go red. Yeah, there we go. See, the requirement there is 6 wood, so I need to get 6 wood. Hopefully that'll turn green. You see the animation's much faster now for this. I still think we need it better. I think maybe we can get some sort of, I don't know, lightning bolt or something that you can cast to make it a bit more instant. There we go. And now I can build a bin. It does, and that's good. Let's go and have a look at the prices in the shop and see what things are like now. Fix this new thing as well. Okay, so like the wooden things are like 10. Stone things are about 10. Okay, so there's not much, doesn't seem that different. I've got to clear all the new notifications, which is something I always have to do. I think later on we'll, there's like the way that this shop is implemented, I'm not quite keen on it, to be honest. I think it might be better if we swap it out later on so that it's sort of like tabbed out. So you see all of these items are like, they are grouped in game. So you've got like a bunch of wooden stuff here, Be nice to have like a little break when you're scrolling down, just be like wooden items that you can expand and look into, just to break it up a bit. Probably the same with the plants, to be honest. And then for these two that are grayed out at the top, we probably want something completely different altogether. So maybe like something that's like instead of it being like a grid, maybe just like a series of buttons going down or something. So yeah, I'll have a look and I'll just sort of start smashing stuff, I think. I think that's probably a good indication to see sort of the numbers that we're looking at in terms of crafting stuff. Just in time for the ship to leave. That was fast on it, where'd it go? I think Laura's working on the nighttime airship today, so we might be able to get that in before the end of the demo as well, which would be quite cool. Did you not see the collectible wood resource before late? Thought the rock was moving and it's just Tor falling over. Yeah, it's great. I think one of the issues I've got with Tor is that you can't tell when he's happy or not. So, all of the Skylights go like black and white when they're unhappy like this. And then this is just going to be a great farm for currency, isn't it? Maybe this shouldn't make currency when they're grey like that? That would feel logical. But yeah, Tor's black and white anyway to begin with, isn't he? So, not ideal. I'm not sure how 3 are spawning there as well. I don't think that should be right. Oh well. I thought we had a cap at 2. It is difficult to play without the Resonaga, like the buttons on your mouse. Spoiled. I feel like the music changed just in time for the audio there. Yeah, so we added the I don't know if you've seen this. This boat is in now. The Laura, as I've been calling it in all the prefabs, because Laura made it. Hopefully one day we'll have all of the skyships doing something different. I feel like this is a bit awkward as well. I did phone it in with the animation on this one just because I was tired, but it just sort of like pops into existence, whereas like the Athena will like properly like sail up. Yeah, I feel like it's bobbing a bit too much as well, and it feels a bit weird that it's bobbing at the same time as the little dinghy. We'll get there. We'll get there. Can you see the sails? Are the sails missing? The sails are missing. Oh no. It's just a very bad camera angle for them. Okay. I'm going to start pointing out all the flaws. The texture on the rocks down there, they're wrong. It's fine, don't worry about it. I thought that was a big toe there. There's supposed to be so many Skylights. This is a bit weird. There shouldn't be any if there's all of the ground is cracked earth. I was thinking, for in terms of like the start of the game, this is obviously like the starting area. We could maybe have like the stairs leading up to the house as sort of like a an area that's locked off in a similar way to how it was, well, in the demo really. So when I get the UI in, this bridge will be broken to begin with, and then you have to upgrade it to fix it, essentially. I think we should do the same for these stairs as well, just so it makes sense, because otherwise this is just a huge area to start with, isn't it? You want to gradually introduce the game to players instead of just giving them everything. We're getting there with this. It doesn't take that long. It's quite satisfying. At least less satisfying without the noises, but... Should we see if these rocks are spawning? Yeah, look, rocks. It's such a hack. It's such a hack. There you go, there's one back immediately. Great. Okay, maybe the respawn on that is a bit too much because they're just coming back immediately. It is random chance though, so I think I've got it set so that one should spawn every 30 seconds. Maybe that's too much. Yeah, because another one's just spawned there. Almost there. This destroy mode we could improve a fair bit, I think, as well. It feels a lot nicer on controller. I think because you don't have the UI indication of where you're actually targeting. That's something we can look at. Yeah, I think it just needs to be more intuitive. I think we've done a good job with the this pass around with these modes. This feels much nicer than it was before. Tons better. And the wheels for these two mods just feel really good as well. But yeah, for the destroy mode, it definitely needs something as well. Another bug that I don't think anyone's noticed, that it's the same crook colours for red and blue. I just recolored it. Anyway. Are we done? Are we done? We got it all. One more rock. Getting the music changed with the day coming on as well. It's great timing, this music. Cool, so how much money have I got? How do I check? Escape. That could be better to read, couldn't it? 50 wood, 28. Okay. So in theory, that's how many bins? Alright, okay, so that's actually not a lot. Which I assume you did on purposely.
Yeah, that would have been a lot more.
Should this not be more stone, this sundial?
How much did it say? Sundial was a little bit of stone, but I didn't put too much in.
It was
stone initially was that there wasn't a way to get loads of stone now. So like,
right, yes.
no,
that's fair.
My thing was as well was with the tutorial. We have all these trees. Oh look, you can go to bin. Break this rock. Oh look, now you can do this and that.
Right, yeah.
Just to show kind of the local currencies.
This floor occupying for the sundial needs fixing. It's occupying 1 by 1. It should be, what is it, 4 by 4? There's so much config and things like that it just needs doing. I'm just wasting my money, so that's great. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Hello. What should I grow? I think a bush, probably. Bushes are renewable. Right, so I want to start a farm. Is probably what I want to do. Let's do the red berry, a classic. Should I play this on bigger screen? Yeah, hold on. Oh! Took a second there. Took a second. Oh, that's much better. Right. Okay. So I'm gonna plant a thing. Dig. Pick it up. Put it in. Right. Okay. I'm gonna wait for that to grow. I think. And I'm gonna start just putting some grass down. I think. Make it look pretty. Should dig a pond as well. Oop, that was lag. Whoops. So one of the things we've added for this demo that wasn't in the last one is the ability to change the size of this thing, so you can be more specific. I know that the 1x1 doesn't work. The 2x2 isn't 100% accurate either. It's just to sort of give people control so that we could make like pathways and stuff really accurate. We don't want to go any bigger than this for performance reasons, mainly for me, but I think Lee mentioned that it would feel a bit strange to just be able to terraform the whole thing in one go, right? I'll go up a little path. To the skylets over here. Get in the mine. Now I think you're supposed to convert everything to earth first, then you can do the other things like the grass, tall grass meadows. Is that in though? It is. That should be red, I believe. Okay, so I'll just quickly terraform all of this little zone. Then we'll make a little grass patch over here. Oh, there's another bug there. So if I lower the character down, the floor went with me. Cool, and then some grass. There we go. Do you need an animation for this grass spawning thing? It's very satisfying at the moment, but the way we had it before was a bit more satisfying because it naturally grew out the ground. There we go. How's my bush doing? There's so many skylets, isn't there? What's going on? Hack some more money. See if I can buy something from the shop. Yes, I feel like right now I'm not going for the cosmetics because I feel like that's a dumb decision. Well, it's not dumb, is it? But like, I would rather invest early game into some other stuff. Like right now, I don't have any wood production or anything like that, right? I do want to go with another bush though. Should I just try and get all the bushes out? So my OCD is going to come in. I'm going to have to make sure it's all nicely lined up. Oh, 360. 360 no scope. Cool, and while that's growing, I'm just going to do a bit more terraforming, see what that's like. So I think we want a bit of meadows and tall grass I'm going to go for. So when we actually release the game in full, there's going to be a lot more biomes. There's going to be they're actually not that bad to add. So like I don't know if we want to do more, but the ones that we're committed to at the moment are sand, stone. Is that it? No, deep water for the beach island zone. Is that it? I felt like there was more. On top of the ones we've got, obviously. I know we talked about sort of like a marshy swamp zone or something before. That'd be kind of cool to see. I know Laura wants to do lots of mushrooms. Ground UI was red. Yep, I'm not sure. The ground UI colours aren't great, to be honest. It should be green on the areas that you're going to positively impact it, right? So the areas that are red should be green now, and then the yellow should be yellow because you won't affect it. There's a little spot under that rock that you can't quite get. I can hear Lee frantically typing, expecting a message. Ah, okay, so when that bush became a bigger bush, half grown to fully grown, I think this stage is, it dropped wood, which I don't think is intentional. Is that right? We don't want that, Lee? We'll have to fix that. I think it's okay for now, but we'll have to fix that. When the red berry bush turned into the fully grown stage, it dropped some wood.
After dropped it on the growth. No, I'll try this until we drop it when you destroyed it. If you destroyed it at that stage, should have been.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
I do like the tall grass. The tall grass looks great. Another thing that I haven't done. This is why you never get me on stream, because I just complain about everything I haven't done. The grass doesn't animate. The tall grass isn't animated. You see, it's all stationary. If you look at the small grass, this is. So we've got a shader that like manipulates the vertexes of the grass. You see, it's swaying very gently in the breeze. Just adds a bit of movement to the game, makes it look so much nicer. Forgot to do that for the tall grass, which is a shame because it looks very good in with the tall grass, actually. So these are growing nicely. I know there's been farming fests and stuff. One of the requests. Oh, there we go. I popped again. One of the suggestions that we got a lot at EGX was to add watering to the game, so you can water the plants to make them grow better. Sure, like it feels like something we definitely want to experiment with, but I don't know exactly how that would work with balancing and stuff at the moment. So now this has grown once, it should be churning out berries quite fast, right? Because it's only got that one growth stage to go. I'm not sure if that's something we should maybe consider with the growth times. Probably. Yeah, I mean, like we could just add, like, if it's watered, then we just change the color of it slightly, and then it, I don't know, like takes 20 seconds off the growth time or something, you know. We could do it. It's the last one, last biome we've got, which is the meadows. It's very patriotic, as I keep saying. Red, white, and blue. I think we need some more yellows in here, maybe. Does look cool. We chose to make it a bit taller in this demo. With the last demo, it was quite small, like close to the ground. But we think that just literally just scaling up the assets just made a huge difference. Looks tons better. One gives 2 crops instead of 1. Yeah, that's a good idea. Well, so you would pick up 1 and then 1 would drop on the ground or something. Maybe like fertilizer or something we could do that with. Good idea though, all the same. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Should I... Oh, there we go. I've got another berry. There we go. We're starting to farm berries here. I'm going to preemptively... I think my first purchase has got to be a fence here. Yeah, we're gonna have a farm going in no time. I'm not min-maxing here. I'm not min-maxing. I should have planted that berry straight away. Yes. Oh, this isn't done. It doesn't have the fruit on it yet. Spike poop fertilizer. I've been watching Clarkson's Farm the past couple of days, catching up before the new series. Ooh. Or is that just the croc mode? Okay. It is very relaxing. One of the things that I would quite like to do for this nighttime modes is, like, visually it's a lot better than we had last time, but we can do a lot better. So one of the things that we wanted to add was like fireflies during the night, and make like the emissives like pop a lot more. So like things in the crook and stuff, we want to exaggerate it during night and things like that. Has anyone seen a shiny yet? They are in the game, but I've upped the spawn rate. It's not quite as bad as Pokemon, but I don't want to spoil the actual number, of the spawn rate for the shinies. But they are in the game. No, none over there. Was this devil fruit done? It is. What am I doing? Digging. Could just about see the animation there for the the Laura popping in. I kind of want to make it so that the animation's a bit longer on that, because it does feel a bit weird that as soon as it's daytime, like immediately the skyship's there. With the Athena, when that shows up, it's like a 20-second animation or something, so it does feel a lot more natural. That it's like, yeah, it's a bit slower. This bush is a bit big, isn't it? Can we plant them so that they're... Oh. That feels weird. Is the rotation off on it? Or it's just slightly twisted? Oh, because the plants, when they grow, they rotate slightly. That feels really weird with the square fruit though. Maybe we should turn that off. I get the impression I might have messed this hedgerow up. Ooh, occasionally we get this as well. I think it's a rounding error, where like occasionally when you plant on it in a specific spot, it's not just like a random thing. It's on like specific spots. So chances are, if the issue is here, then I might have the same issue here. So it's like on the same X coordinate, but for some reason it occupies more space than it needs to. But another thing to fix. We're getting there though. The game is looking alright, looking pretty good. Another thing, the time goes wrong way as well.
I don't know if
I'm just listing off things that are wrong with the game. I'm supposed to be selling it.
I'm hanging on the street. So we had an X shape thing for you dig a hole. You got like 7 moving around in it. I think it's a rotation thing. You're digging a hole.
I think it's a rotation thing.
Yeah. So now, if I dig a 40 with the camera at 45 degrees, I think I can like close that.
Could be. It could also be an animation thing, so like if you're moving along, swiping along, and then you do that, it could be. Those type of bugs aren't great because they're always just a nightmare to pin down. There's no error or anything like that. It's just this is quite satisfying actually to have them like the different growth stages lined up like that. That's quite nice. Okay, so I'm at the kind of the point now where I would be, if I was playing this for the first time, I would be sort of like, what am I doing type of thing now, but this is when you would start getting the first skylets in, right? So you'd have Shelly showing up to interact with, because a lot of this ground has been cleared, so you could make him happy and things like that. Maybe feed him a few times and things like that, so. It feels alright. This board is alright. Anyway, what was saying about this, the day-night cycle it's the wrong way. It goes west to east instead of east to west. So the clock's wrong. It doesn't feel that bad to be, for these things to be dropping wood, you know. It doesn't feel that bad, either. Maybe something we can consider. Let's go and get some more stone from these things down here. Cave zone will of course be a whole new area that you can explore. We can do a lot of things in there. I think like on the game design document we've got, it mentioned that it's like a permanent nighttime zone, so like we can have plants that will just straight up die when it gets to some like daytime and things like that, which will be really cool. Some skylets that just immediately become unhappy when it becomes night and stuff like that. So we can get creative in that. I think the inside zones are one of the new things. So we've got alpha in a couple of weeks, time, which I think will be, it would just be variation on this build, I think, with a couple of things swapped out. I know there's a few things that we wanted to sort of like lock off. So like the skylets for the Kickstarter awards and the statues for owning our previous games, we want to lock those off. So there'll be a couple of small changes, but I think generally it will be a variation on this. And then the next big update, we want saving and loading and inside zones. So that's the cave and inside the house as well. So it should be really fun. Looking forward to it. We've got some ideas about the house already. I think we're hoping that we might start work on that actually soon. So that'll be really good. I know we've got some assets for it already. Like we've got a clock, a couple of cool clocks to put on the inside wall of the house. And you can have a bed in there as well to sort of skip time and things like that. Wanting to have a trophy room in there as well, just for like optional, like achievement type things. So like when you get the, I don't know, when you get all of the dinosaur skylets together, you get a trophy with like that with a little pun or something next to it. Cool. Oh, the shop's back. Should I actually buy something? No, I don't have any happy monies. Making the pier built as well is only temporary as well, so we want to be able to actually make it so that this pier isn't built at all, and then you build the pier as part of like the intro. We had that in the previous demo. I think it will work really well with this stone and wood requirements as well. I think that'd be really cool. So I don't want to build a fence. 10. One thing we want to do here is add the requirements to see how much you're actually paying for this thing, because you don't want to buy this and work out that it's like 100, right? To build. Cool. Okay, so I've unlocked that. What else should I buy? Okay, that shouldn't trigger. It should detect mouse movement. What else should I buy? What else should I get, Lee?
I was going to try the trees just because I played wrong with numbers, but the values are a bit different both times.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can get a tree. Oh, they're quite cheap as well. Oh, get in. It is night time. Will this still work? Yes. It should still work when it's night time. It's just that the animation for the airship leaving shouldn't have played. Minor thing. Where should I plant the trees, Lee? I don't have a tree area. How big are the trees? Oh, almost planted it there. Oh, did I get pine trees? The fast ones?
Yeah, you did, yeah.
Wanted acorns. I'm quite zen though. Is it just the music that's playing now? We've got a task on Trello for like a hedge type thing that you can grow. That would just be like purely decorative. Might not need it with these square bushes. Another thing that we talked about is the like we really like how this feels to hold an object in your hand like that, very much like Overcooked and things like that. What's that other game? That Yogscast one as well.
Yeah.
Play it up, yeah. We really like that. It's very simplistic, isn't it? Yeah, it like going back and forth like this is a bit of a chore. So there are some things we talked about, like maybe like adding a cart that you can stack multiple things in, and then we've obviously got the chests and things like that that we want to get working. Same with the bin. I want to get the bin working. The bin should be quite easy, to be honest. Okay. So I would naturally take all these off, right? Take the berries off, and then I would destroy these bushes and get the wood from them. Is that right? Do you get more?
I think I've made the pudding and the fully born the same amount.
The same amount.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's good because this is the way that I would play it. Yeah.
Yeah. To get the min-max resources.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I would replant them.
This one make it so automatic drops the berry and pudding.
We could do. To be fair, that is something we could do. Make it so it drops the berry when it's destroyed. That is something we can do. In terms of on-player inventory, we've thought about it. If we did have a personal inventory type thing, did I lose one there? or was one not? I'm confused. Yeah, we might have an inventory, but it might not be. It wouldn't be like a complex one like Terraria or something like that, or Minecraft. It would be something a bit more simple. Maybe like have like 4 slots or something like that that you can like swap between, and then we could build that in with like the crook modes and things like that. So it wouldn't be anything. It wouldn't be a lot. Or maybe you could like pick up items that you could have like multiple items stacked on top of each other, like Unrailed. We wouldn't want to bog the player down with like a lot of inventory management. It's just, yeah, it's just not the type of vibe we want, really. It's a lot of work as well. I'm getting there. How am I doing for wood? 109 wood. Let's get building. So I bought this new tab. Oh, look at how dynamic it is. Oh, I'm so pleased with it. I'll start fencing this in. I immediately placed it in the wrong place, didn't I? Oh, for goodness sake. I don't think these are right. I think these should be stretched a little bit more, shouldn't they?
Yeah, you can't overlap them, can you? Originally, you could the legs stuck together, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So all of that for. Okay, well that's good because you need to actually do something in the game, to be honest. Yeah, I really get the impression that we're going to have item overload, aren't we? I might also be concerned. I think it might just be an issue with the destroy mode at the moment. But yeah, if I try and break these bushes now, I might be hitting the wood, the fence, which I wouldn't want. So maybe we could add some like, do you know how we've got the wheel to pop up here for this? Maybe we could add like a destroy mode like filter or something. That could work. What are you laughing at, Lee? What's he laughing at?
Jack sending some gifts.
Oh, God. Sending gifts to each other. I always get paranoid and they just start, like, I just hear typing and they start chuckling amongst themselves. I'm like, what are they saying about me? Alright, let's get some more money. Money wouldn't be this easy in the game, but... Occasionally get lag spikes and it just 180s me. Wonder what's causing that. Probably garbage collection or something. Have you seen? Should I try the sky fruit? Just because I want to see it. It's my favourite. I don't have enough. Oh, I need to pet more skylets. Oh no. Oh no. I feel like we should give the skylets some names as well, you know, like individually. Give them a bit of a...
Well, like Minecraft style, buy a name tag.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. The sky fruit doesn't disappear when you plant it. Has it got health? Anyway, you let go of it and just... Anyway. Best bit of the game. But yeah. Oh, wow. Is this fully grown? Okay.
Watch out, let's back up to the my board.
How much did they dropping on? So I'm on 50 now.
It should drop 12 for a full run one.
I'm getting 5. Six? Is there a random element in it already? Maybe. 1.
What did that be?
Maybe that's just a bug then. Yeah, because I would just farm the bushes at the moment. But obviously I'm not getting as much as you'd intended, right?
I was thinking for the bushes though, if we do like the feel of the dropping wood, that should be more randomised than the trees. Like there's a chance that it'll drop wood in the
Yes, that would make sense.
and
Yeah.
then the trees themselves you can put down to like
Yeah, yeah,
live again.
yeah.
Well, most of the trees are dropping stuff in the blue as well, so I don't know if it's just implemented maybe on it.
Hmm. But yeah, I don't know. Is there anything else you want me to check? Like, I mean, like generally, I feel like I would just keep grinding this, to be honest, and that's fine. But like, I feel like I would want skylets to be in at this point, to have that extra layer that we would like have discovery and stuff, right, in the game.
Yeah, nothing else that great, I meant to be fair.
On the night chip as well.
So yeah, I've got the night to plan the rest as well.
Just gonna build 100 sundials. It would kind of make sense though if, like, when we have have it so that you can build this bridge, like repair it. It makes sense if it costs like 200 wood or something, right?
Yeah. A bit of a stone,
Yeah, and a tiny bit of stone, just because then you would get all of this back, right? It would be like an investment. This one's broken because I've got to untick it. It's pretty chill. I don't know. Do you want to take over and do the skylets then, or?
Yeah, next door, man.
It's quite good that. I'm going to take a screenshot. Little farm. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna do a quick swap around. Lee will be back on to do some skylet configuration stuff, so hopefully we can fix them being on the side here. And Jack wants his headphones back so he can go home. So, back in a moment. Can't find the mute button.
There we go. So I think Jack had work headphones, but they broke. Just literally snapped them off in anger.
They broke, yeah. It ripped him in half and then
Yeah.
ripped him a bit.
I did say you had a big head, and I put them on, didn't I? So,
Wait, is this that?
Another one? Another one?
hope you got your screen. Just going to close this. Just been trying to close this.
Oh, but does he need it here though?
I think you broke it, Bob.
Have I broken it? Overdone.
Well, I clicked play to close the play window, and it's
That might be lagging.
yeah. Fingers crossed it's alright. Because I don't know if you saved all that work.
Oh, what?
What? Not putting the back end of the stream tonight. I don't need to listen to the same music all the time anyway. It's fine.
Oh, I thought you'd done
No, the audio's still playing through the stream. It's not to me. Is it cause you've got the max? Oh, no, I think all of your knees crashed, which isn't good. Oh no, there we go. I've clicked loads of stuff. There we go, we're back.
I can order you some work headphones if you want. I can order you some work headphones if you want.
No, it's fine. I'm going to get some from game on the way back.
Alright.
Not in a minute.
Right, so
I need some anyway because I'm sick of taking these ones out.
Skylet data. So if you look over on the right here, conditions. So because the spawning list is empty for everything, I'm imagining that's why everything's just appearing. So what we'll do for now, I mean Mew doesn't exist, but we'll give them all a crazy so one thing I might want to update, there's a Tame Creatures list drop, because right now it's only the base ones, but it's fine.
Hello? What?
I'm just chucking in a random Tame Creature spawn condition, so nothing spawns apart from the one I'm doing at a time. But I just noticed that the drop down for creature type is just the base ones from the original demo, but that's fine for now. I'm sure you'll catch up at some point.
Oh, right, yeah, no, yeah, that's a fair point.
But where's for now?
That's still going off the old enum, yeah.
Will it be the same for the contains objects? Player build. Oh no, that's fine. Tame creatures.
I think they're tags.
Like 50. I'm copying these. Oh yeah, that makes sense. How they plant tags for everything. Yeah. So I have to go back through all of that. So yeah, for now, I'm just chucking in a crazy requirement for all these to spawn. So in theory, none of these will spawn, and then we'll go through one at a time from the top of the list downwards and just check that everything works as you want it, without the rest and hopefully spawning in. I mean, doesn't matter if it's Grizzle or Spike, because none of them going to appear. Goat. There isn't even a goat in the game yet. Same with Wendy. This is just prefabs that have been put in place for the future creatures.
Reason?
Tall. This is the sort of thing. Right now we are limited to these items, right? And we've got a peel rating if it's daytime, etc, etc. But less than X cracked earth. What do you mean in general, just like from the spawning in? Yeah, right now I'm just locking all the ones off because now you can't have any of them spawning. We'll check this works before we go ahead and do the rest of the work, just to make sure that nothing spawns but Shelly. Theoretically this should break itself, because for Spike to spawn there needs to be 50 spawns, tame spikes. Depends how robust your code is, if that's going to break. Yeah, I think the Wendigo, or Wendy, the idea for Wendy is that they will be in the cave where it's dark. Same with Spook. Obviously Spook can come out at night and go away when it's daytime. And I think the Wendy will work on a similar basis, and probably again just found in the actual cave zone to start with. The goat Skylight is in the concept art, isn't it, from the original demo as well? If you want to have a look at that, if that's still anywhere. It isn't equal a very precise amount as well, like for a requirement. Is that necessary? Just necessary work to remove it. But you need exactly 50 guzzles for Shelly to spawn. Right, so we'll save that and we'll play it, and I will check if that works. Nothing should spawn apart from Shelly, because Shelly's got no spawning requirements. Like everything else had nothing. But now everything else requires there to be 50 tamed spikes to appear. I'm hoping that'll block those spawning. So we're just going to hang around here. See if anything other than Shelly pops out of the bush. Is that a Shelly already? Yep, Shelly, that's good. Shelly. I think it's working. Touch wood. Yeah, we've got, I think, yeah. Looks like it is just Shelly. Welcome to Shelly Town. Shame I haven't got the audio playing in the game so you can hear them say Shelly over and over again. Is it still the same voices as last demo as well, Rob?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Shelly. Yeah, that's working. That's good. Now we can actually start setting up some proper spawning requirements. So, Shelly will only spawn when floor coverage, cracked earth is less than. We'll start with 70%. Do you want any other? Will appear during the day, so Shelly won't spawn at night, because why not? And following the same flow as the demo, the next fest demo back in October, Shelly will be the first one that appears. So it don't want to be too complicated, because it'll be the very first one there, right? So let me remove that one. Not exactly, no. I don't remember the exact one. I believe Entering the Garden was similar in that it was just more floor coverage fix. So cracked earth less than, let's say 40. I think that's a bit more than what it was last time. This is set to 90 actually. I thought it was a bit. Just got to remember that the skylights are the focus of the game. Not the, although there's a farming first, we have added loads of farming elements, and the farming will be a big part of the game. The skylights themselves are the main focal point. So in terms of the game tutorial, the game flow, we want to be introducing the skylight element before we then layer up the other mechanics, such as the building and the economy and the farming. So start with the terraforming, getting Shelly straight off the bat. Probably a good way of doing it. I'll do 65%. Sure. So, for example, we can't do, or we don't want to be doing contains items. Well, we could do dead objects. But then again, we'll have to work out how many we've actually got. Because not a percentage for this one. How many dead objects we've got? Is there a quick way of saying that? Island 1, placed objects. Does that give me a count anywhere? How many have I got selected? 60? Yeah, we've got 60. Just look at the top right there. I've selected 5, shows 5. Now I've selected all of those. That's 60. So this will be number 1. If we're doing the dead objects, we'll have to change that. But for now, we'll set to 50. Got to destroy some objects. Just remember in the demo we had making the player destroy 3 trees, 3 bushes, and 3 rocks. If we add 1 more to any of those, that's 10 objects, and that'll take us down to here. So, condition tame, we had cracked earth. Make these all less than or equal because we don't want to get that weird verb where you've got the percentage right. 45, there we go. And has been fed. Three times. We'll do twice for Shelly, just for now. Okay. So hopefully this works. Does clutter count as dead? Just realising that. I guess we'll figure out if Shelly doesn't come into the garden.
Yeah, so Lee, if you when you click on an object and you go into the placement settings, it'll have object type.
Placed object script. Where are the object settings?
I just on the objects in the world that you were clicking on before.
Yeah, I've clicked on one. Oh, down here. Right, forget you. And that one. I am blind. Lots of materials, fine. I remember seeing the type on one of the other drop downs before. Just want to see. I might just. Oh, there we go. Object type none. Yeah, I'll remove the dead requirement for Shelly at the minute, or remove dead items even. We also need to still grow some food in order to get Shelly in the garden. Now we'll save and we'll see if we can get them to spawn. So there'll be no indication how much we've got to dig for Shelly to appear, but we know it's 80%. Do we know if the little UI icon in the bottom left will update dynamically, or is that going to be a bit of work first?
The UI in the bottom left.
Yeah, a bit of context on that might help. When you mouse over Shelly, for example.
I don't know. It depends how much it's still working from.
Yeah, so we'll find out. We'll find out.
I haven't looked at it at all. Only to get the names to populate properly.
Got the percentage on the billboard there as well, so we'll tell. Right, at 80%. And we'll go with 79 just to be safe, because there is sometimes a rounding issue. 79%. So we're looking. Shelly's to start up here. There's one there. Just popped in now. There we go. So say cracked earth 65%. That's worked. You can still pet them, but you said we might disable until they're happy, which makes sense. But we'll should there be a limit how many Shellys should spawn? Well, that's something I need to set somewhere as well.
There's nothing you can configure for that.
Cool.
It should be maxed as 2 per zone.
Right, okay. We'll
But
keep an eye
it's
out.
obviously not.
There might be 2 per zone per sky, that's what might be what you were saying, loads. Oh, I mean 2 per like whole island zone, right?
Yeah, per island.
So I've got 3 here. Is it like working 2 per
Was
bush?
it 3?
I've got 3. I've got 3 at the minute,
Oh yeah, that should be alright then.
and it doesn't look like. I mean, again, don't need to wait a few more ticks, but nothing else has spawned yet, so maybe it's working. Yeah, the only other requirement for them to actually come into the garden is to dig more ground, 65%. So try and get an angle where we can kind of see that. I'm going to actually get ready with some bushes because I know I need to feed them. Please say I've got enough money. I instinctively pressed E to open the shop. There might be a button configuration I want to consider. Yeah, we were talking about a sprint button as well, because as we've been playtesting, we're instinctively pressing shift to sprint, but don't know how well that fits the game of Stack. Obviously, you don't want the player to feel like they're having to slog back and forth, but if you've got the ability to sprint, why would you just not sprint forever, right? Like, because you don't want to fall into the whole. So you going back to bed? I didn't set up the despawn thing, did I? Because that's a. On the right there, we've got AI behaviour, which I reckon might be very. Because in the base now, where they went back into the thing, didn't they? Which is not doing at the minute. That's fine.
Yeah, so you can just set them to leave as the only tag in it, and it would be the only thing they do.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Those ones down there are like it's like flags, so you can select multiple behaviours for them to do, and it'll random.
Yeah.
But you just have to set it to the only behaviour being leave.
What percentage are you on now? 63. They should be entering the garden when they care to do so. Where's he gone? Did you leave? Did I miss that? I think they have left. Unless they've wandered off and I've missed them all. Fair enough, now only a little daytime. I guess I'll destroy some stuff just to get some resources. Don't think I need them yet, but I feel there's a bit of a delay between you actually hitting the bit in the UI updating. You hit the rock and then boom. Oh, that was. It's the final one that gets a bit of a delay. Oh no, the trees. I remember the circle UI above the object. Sometimes it doesn't update straight away. I don't know why. Cool. Daytime again. Trying to get the bushes going now because I know we're going to wait for them to grow. Start growing. Shelly is intrigued by Skystead. Do I have to click him to make it activate there? Shelly won't go in the garden, even though it's got a tick for the percentage. What were these ones? condition into garden, crab dirt less than or equal 65% and nothing else. But they're not done yet. Do I need to change some AI behaviour or something to make it update as well, or? Let me try jumping ahead to see if the tame condition works. Double benefit of starting with the easiest Scarlet first is teach me how to make sure you can make them actually work in engine as well. Where are we at? Percentage wise, should be 45. It's good enough. I need this to grow. It's going to be a solid like 4 minutes for that grows, isn't it? So it's worth being around. Do you have any ideas why Shelley's not actually going into the garden now, Rob?
It might just be bugged, man.
That's fair.
It might straight up be just like the code that checks that stuff just isn't running.
It could be the case because it isn't actually going between spawning and entering garden. But
you sure that all the things about legends?
yeah. Look, I only had one condition into the garden, and I was well past the condition, so.
Yeah.
But it's fine. I can.
Yeah, you should be able to carry on.
Yeah, I can set them all up, and then we can test more when we'll figure out what else not happening. Thankfully, because we've numbered the Skylet as well, I can work in an order as well. For the most part, nothing's actually assigned to a biome yet, which is kind of going to be important later down the line. But we need to actually iron out what the biomes mean in terms of different terraformed areas. Like for example, if a particular creature doesn't like a forested area, if you make it a forest, will they leave? Because right now, once it's tamed, it can't go back to being untamed. But I know we did talk about the idea of making the Skylets unhappy on purpose to make them go to somewhere else if you don't want them in that particular zone. But that's a whole other kettle of fish to think about first. Right, so equal to or greater than 1. So for no, I think we didn't have. I'm trying to think now. I know we had a link for a tamed Shelly with a tractor chirp, but I don't know if it was. If that was just for the actual entering the garden. So, because I think I like the idea of them still spawning on the side if the cracked earth is less than 0.7. So you'll start seeing them around the garden, but they won't be interested in entering the garden until we have a chirp, not a chirp, a Shelly. And then obviously a bit nicer as well. Will I need to have the same? Is this redundant, saying that you have one Shelly to enter the garden and then still have one Shelly to tame them? Feels a bit redundant. Doubling that up, but
Yeah, you would probably have to have it doubled up.
Yeah, just to be safe.
Yeah. Yeah, just to stop it from like cascade reversing backwards or something. Like yeah, it should check the first categories first, see if it's valid, and then the second and the third.
Yeah.
So like if suddenly the second one isn't good, then it's going to start getting unhappy because it isn't in its correct state.
Right now, there's nothing so. I mean, I agree with what you're saying, the hybrid, to have them attracted towards having particular objects. And then we do like the idea, for example, the chirp would be happy with a bird bath, because it's a bird and it's a bird bath they can build. But right now, the drop down doesn't let you pick that. So that'd be something that'd probably be good to add to the actual editor. Might be a lot more configuration to set up as well. But I do agree, that's a good idea, especially for we already had that kind of for Grumble, for example, in the original demo. You needed so many plants for them to appear. Spook would only appear once you had so many built objects, but it was like any built object, it wasn't linked to each individual one. But I'm sure we were saying all along that we want the objects to link to creatures, hence why when we've been creating the Kickstarter things, they've often come with a particular plant or a particular object as well, just so it's got that correlation to go with it as well. Before chirp, flow, it's still early in terms of the game flow, so adding the bird bath as a requirement would be quite harsh, I think, to tame a chirp, because one is expensive, both monetary wise and resource wise. But we could make it cheaper, so is that a bad thing? Or do we add a simple version of the bird bath? We'll leave it as contained objects 1 just for now, just to like insinuate that. But then we can come back to it later for chirp being happy. You have a Shelly, you fix some of the cracked earth, and you've built something. Also feed it. Why not? Do you want to feed it as well? So that's something like a hell of a lot of steps for the second creature that you come across. Would probably then, Rob, that I've got day and night for Shelly on the spawning condition, but not on the garden condition. Potentially.
Dunno.
Now I can chuck it and test it, right? But check it later. For now, we'll keep going through. I'm not set on this contained object idea for now, for chirp, just again with the fact that it's the first set of creatures that you come across other than Shelly. But it could be a way to introduce the building mechanic, because you've introduced the growing and feeding with Shelly, then you've introduced the building with chirp, and then it can just spread into whatever we want, right? So again, I'll leave that for now. I will give it a feed thing as well. Feeding food. There we go. Same with the actual eating of food as well. We want to, at some point down the line, make it so they can specify what food they want to eat as well. I don't know if we would do that in here. Does it specifically need to eat a berry to be happy? To be tamed even? Or do we just make it so it will only eat certain foods and it will reject others, won't even attempt to eat the ones it doesn't like? So there's a couple ways we can address that one. Button tail. A rabbit, based on a rabbit, so you want some grass. Once you've planted a bit of grass, it'll start appearing. It's a daytime creature as well. It'll enter the garden, floor type, grass, and you've got a decent bit of grass there. Don't want to make these values too large, because then you sort of forcing the player into making the first zone into a massive grassland if you just want a single bunny in there. Vice versa with the other stuff. But as we get further in, it could start your specifying. So, for example, the grizzle was linked to trees, making that a forest zone creature. We can then force the player to make that zone very forested to have grizzles appearing. But again, for the first sort of couple, don't want to make it too intensive on the actual player. An any for this would be quite good as well, Rob. For the tamed creatures section.
What's that, sorry?
For the tamed creatures drop down, any would be a good option as well. So have like at least 3 tamed creatures of any type for it to come into the garden,
that
maybe.
an option?
No.
Is there another type
There's
of tamed
there's
creatures?
unique creatures.
Yeah, that's what that is.
Or is it? I thought that was types. No spike, you needed one of each, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, that's how that works.
So I
Oh,
think-
do you mean like total?
yeah, say like 2 shellies in a chip, that's 3. And that'll be
Right.
enough to make them come in.
No, that's a good shout. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can, yeah.
It's not vital, we can obviously, be fine without, but
No, yeah, it's a good idea though. It should be easy to add.
for now we'll just do unique creatures equals or greater than equal to. Just to make you at least have the first 2 steps before you get the third one. Do you want anything else for shit? That's greater than equal to. Unique creatures equal to 2. Appeal or adding 2. There we go. I keep forgetting the feeding as well. That's kind of like.
Yeah, it's quite a big thing.
Yeah.
As well, because it's like.
It's the main
a kind
purpose of the crop.
interaction.
Yeah, and it's the main purpose of the crop as well, isn't it? Yeah.
Honestly, off the back of the last demo, I was thinking that like most of them should have something like that, and then up it quite a bit.
Yeah, I say that'd be quite good, especially once I finally get around to adding in the food preferences as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it needs to eat 2 carrots as opposed to just eating any 2 food as well.
Yeah.
Make you have to like, yeah,
When we had cooking, we have like prepared food or something.
yeah,
Yeah.
like tier the food,
Yeah.
tier 1 food, tier 2 food in the back end or whatever. Yeah. Okay. I'm conscious I don't want to put too much on these requirements as well, though, just because it will very quickly clutter the UI little box. Like suddenly you've got a long list of things to do for one little scarlet to be happy. Might feel like a lot. So I don't know if
Some you want to be complicated and some you don't, right?
I'm thinking that if we do make it complicated, just make it so if the need is met, it disappears.
Yeah.
So the UI is smaller. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it just shows you what you've got left
you
to do.
don't have like a massive shopping list.
Yeah. Well, everything's green ticks apart from one. Yeah. So yeah, we'll keep going. Fawn. What makes the button tail appear? Having grass. I forgot to add cracked earth. Must be less than equal, my bad. Meadow. Equals 0. So I wonder if we need anything else for the fawn. It was originally just linked to the meadow. I think that was what you always had to do, have like lots of meadows. But did I give Chev an appeal rating requirement? I give someone an appeal rating requirement. Button tail, yeah. There's no fawn particular item either at the minute either, so I think I'll remove that last one for now. So again, we can always come back and readdress this and add stuff in, take stuff out. I just gotta be careful that we don't go overboard with these figures because we don't want. That's all you. Yeah, gonna be 65% of the floor done just to get him in. So that's probably a bit much. That's 50%. 2.3. Yeah, that'll work. Need it quick actually. Again, these numbers I have to play with because I'm watching one play before. He created quite a lot of plants quite quickly. So maybe we'll increase or decrease these figures, but I like the idea of having some actual plants in the world for fawn to appear because if it likes meadows and grass, surely it likes other living, you know, nice things. Triceratops sky, there's a high chance of it, to be fair. There's a lot of skylights left to make still. We've got 42 to go. 42 in total. Well, 40, not including the Kickstarter pets. So that's still 22 to design. Is that right? 22? Yeah. So there's still loads to go. So I'm sure I can convince Jack all over to make that. And in terms of I read that as cow, not crow. But we've got a dinosaur looking thing already, and it's here with Spike. We've got a dragon now. We've got a living rock. There's no reason we can't do a Triceratops, right? plants. 5. To be fair as well, we need to try and consider the terraforming / biomes linked to each creature as well. A Triceratops I find works quite nicely in a sandy rocky area as opposed to like a nice wooded area, so we're going to need more to fill out the beach areas. I keep calling it a beach because we're putting the Kickstarter, but it is also like beach / desert, so could work for that. I like the idea that you've got to feed Grumble just from the end of the garden. It's quite. I like that idea. I do remember from the original demo the plant requirement was an awkward one because you would plant a bunch of corn, for example, and then once you harvested the corn you no longer had those plants in your garden. So then Grumble will be like, oh, what's going on here? Obviously you can combat that by planting bushes, but if you're growing anything else that can become a bit of a tricky one, but especially for this last requirement, because if you've grown 10 corn and then you harvest 10 corn to feed him, then that's gonna the plants in your garden is no longer required, is no longer hit as a requirement, so it'll take a little longer to do. I get what you're saying. There's very little grammar in that, but I get what you're saying. Combining the floor types can make a biome, yeah. It gets more tricky when you start thinking, well, we want a forest area that by definition needs trees, right? So we need to work out how you want to define that. Because when I think of a swamp, I think of trees as well, but no. But it does open up a whole avenue where we can start. Does the pine trees only grow in certain biomes? So if you want to build a swampy looking tree, do you need to make the area classified as a swamp for those to take root in the first place? More consideration we could do. Obviously, it very quickly becomes too big to consider, but definitely worth consideration. Spook appears at night time. I don't remember if anything else that's a requirement. So we'll leave that at night time for now. Enter the garden when it's night, and cracked earth. That's not equal. Just 7 to shoot. Spook originally had a player built link, and that was because the gravestones were made in mind with Spook. So build 3 gravestones and Spook will come and say hi. We'll leave it at that for now. Floor coverage. 21, it's very much. Eating food. 5. Shit. Don't know how ghosts eat food. Can't do it in Casper. But we'll leave it at that. Boring stuff enabled. Just noticed that. What's that? Ah, we do have likes and dislikes down here. Yeah, I guess fences include as well, don't they? I was literally just thinking of gravestones. Might put that number in. But you got a point. Any sort of flooring, any sort of fence. Leave it like that for now, just in case we can get make it so it specifically contains gravestones as opposed to contains items, and then we can add in a second tier for generically built items as well. Stats. Look, let me play. I didn't notice this bit down here. Does this do anything yet? Yeah, okay, nothing here just yet, no, that's fine. This is just the localization table, isn't it? Not an actual, not setting likes and dislikes, that's fair. Ah, it's fair enough. Full coverage. Photograph. I think most of these I've tagged the daytime rather than spook. I'm wondering if it's going to be which ones I want to be like day and night. Like Barrow feels like a good shout for that. But Grizzle? Obeys Nocturnal? I don't think so, but... Cracked Earth equals 0. That's set to 1. That's not right at all. It's completely opposite what it should be. This needs to be contains the tree. Drop down, contains objects, trees. 5. Count Earth equals 0. Grass. Tall grass. Dirt. So with this, I've already made it so you're quite limited what you can make for this zone. I can't quite see the numbers actually, I just noticed. Let me correct that. That's well done, mate. This whole time you can see the numbers it's putting in. So these numbers here next to the conditions are it's a percentage, so it's between 0 and 1. So for Grizzle here to be tamed, that's not centered anymore. There we go. For Grizzle here to be tamed, needs to be 0 cracked earth, so it need to be completely clear. But we need 0.3% grass, 0.3% tall grass, and 0.2% dirt. That's already 80% of the floor dictated for you. So you're going to have tall grass, normal grass, and dirt. That's when leaving the player with 0.2% to like put water down and flowers, which might be a bit restrictive. But my thinking with that is that the Grizzle's spawning in a forest. He likes forests. That's his whole thing. He likes trees. So 10 feels like an awful lot, but we'll put it for now. No, I'll do 8, just a bit better. Because I believe one thing to consider with this percentage as well is that the trees themselves will take up a percentage of the floor, because there is in this drop down occupied as an option, but that's going to be affected by the trees. So I think that's too much now. So I'm going to do 0.25. 0.25. That'll be 65% there. However much percentage the tree will take. Yeah, because it's already 50% of your floor just for Grizzle to walk into your garden. That's a lot. There we go. So that'll need some proper testing just to make sure that we're not overdoing the floor requirements. Don't forget to feed him as well. He's a bear. He eats a lot. We'll do 7, sure. Did I skip Grumble? What's Grumble's food eating? 8. Maybe got 10. Maybe got 12. Now Spike. Now Spike was initially meant to be the end game of the previous demo, so you'd only appear when you had tamed everyone else, which is kind of cool, but I think it's time to actually make him more specific to a type of floor, a type of biome. Cracked earth equals 0 from up here. I think another thing, these appearing things need to be quite small, because we like the idea of the skies appearing long before you're going to be able to tame them. So you can have a look, oh that's neat, what's that? You can walk over up to the creature and figure that, okay, this bear is going to require me to make a forest here. So, but you're going to appear really early on. As soon as you've got one tree, sure, we'll do one tree, he's appeared, right? You've done a little bit of work on grass and flowers, and he's going to arrive, but he's not actually going to come into your area until you've done a lot more work towards what he wants. But I do feel those numbers are going to take some serious juggling to get quite right. You can't place sand yet, but I feel like Spike looks more at home on sand, so we'll start putting that in preparation. Unique creatures 4. If one will appear, we'll make it 2.
Do you think maybe it's better to just stick with the stuff that you can do in the demo for the time being?
Can do.
100% right. It will be at home on sand.
Make it dirt.
Really hot as well.
Make it dirt. I was talking a lot about the Grizzle requirements because I was playing with the numbers here, making them trying to make a player build a forest. So you need to have grass, tall grass, and dirt, and trees for it to appear. But I'm conscious of the amount of space we're taking up. So for example, to make them tame, 65% of the floor is dictated for you in terms of the amount, which is restricting a bit of the player's customization. to have Grizzle there, but at the same time it is leaning towards making you have a forest for Grizzle to appear. So it's like
Yeah.
it'll take a bit of back and forth to make us not too restrictive, I think. So I'm also conscious that the trees themselves take up floor space, don't they? If there's occupied as a thing. So
Yeah, occupied isn't counted into calculations, it's removed.
oh, cool. That's fine then.
So,
That's
yeah,
not
with
worried about.
everything that you plant and place, the ratios
Change with it.
because the pool is
No, that's good.
smaller.
That's fair enough. Yeah, we can play around with the idea that we can actually like force people into making biomes or stepping to biomes to get creatures to appear, but then we need to work out how we can. Yeah, how can a player mix Grizzle with something else if you're already required 65% of the floor be a certain way? So there'll be a bit of trial now, I think, to get that right. Or some serious like writing down the maths, but for now. Right, enter garden. Appeal rating. Sure, making Spike need you to build stuff. Why not? Trying to remember how much we had per value, like item value. These might be quite small because you build fences around a garden. That's going to take up each fence is one appeal, I think. So again, have to do a bit of double checking on the actual appeal values to make sure that's not too ridiculous or too easy. Yeah, we'll feed him as well. Make sure he's getting fed. We've got that a day. There we go. Wow. At this point, I'm making all the cracked earth requirements for the 0. Just because it's not something you can put back on once it's been removed. So by the time we're this far in the game, just making sure that all the cracked earth has been cleared out. Water. Floor coverage, water. Now one thing I do know, like with the grass and the tall grass, the percentage being large isn't too much of an issue, but I did remember feeling that the requirement for bow was like 50% water, and that felt crazy when you're actually digging it out, because you build a nice pond and it takes up a decent bit of space visually, but that'll only work out as like 5%, if not a bit more than that, of your water sense. So you don't want to go too crazy with the water requirement, I think. Just because it starts to become a bit much in terms of like restricting what you can place. Because obviously when you're placing grass, meadows, you can still build in that area, but with water you can't really build on it. So, at least not yet. Not until maybe get some water crops or something. I don't know if that's something I want to think about, but for now, digging a bit of water sort of restricts what else you can do in that area. So. Where have I lost that? Cool. Now we've reached the end of the actual sky that's from the original demo. So the rest of these require a bit of thinking. A bit more thinking what I want. So Sizzle is like Bow, but he is fire related, so fire elemental version. Still have the cracked earth requirement gone. Try and make him just as sort of awkward as Bow. Or still have a Bow. Water and unique creatures. We'll do dirt. My thinking there was it makes sense to make a grass because it's gonna theoretically you could set grass on fire in real life, right? If that was a thing. So that's quite large for the starting requirement. Creatures. Just make sure I'm still there. I don't know why I like giving some appeal rating to his requirements as well. Because you can build fire pits and stuff, so we might build tied to that. And I think Puffle is designed in the same idea of bounces, but it's more air focused. That equals 0. It looks more daytime to me. I'll make it a day creature. I think I like the other like meadows as well. And plants. In the tree. cautious of going too high with these figures. Just because the higher we make the percentages for the floor coverage, the higher we're making the player, or the more we're restricting what creatures can interact with each other. For example, if you need 40% meadow, it's going to be possible. Yeah, you can have that mixing with that. Yeah, you can have all of these together for now, and that will still work. Obviously, the floor types do cross over, and I'm thinking having all of them together in the same biome, same area. Trees. It's not as crazy as the. There's the bear. No, never that for. So that's doing a quick bit of maths there. So it's 40% meadow. 75%. Yeah, it's now possible to have all of them in the same spot. 30, 40, 65. Still impossible. Creatures, objects. This is suddenly making Tor awkward as anything. Oh. I was going to make it so you have to tame one of each type for Tor to appear. But it would make more sense for Bao to be that way, wouldn't it? Oops. Make them all day and night. Yeah, the only one I didn't. The only one I added a day requirement to was Puffle, just because it's more of a lighter look. I can remove that. No, I don't need food. Appeal rating doesn't make sense at all. I haven't put in the dead requirements for anything yet, but I should have done that for some of them as well, I reckon. Some of the higher ones. Some playable objects. Dirt. Ground equal. I think dirt is a crossover with something else. Or meadow. 0.3. That's 0.6. That's fine. Yeah, Tor and Sizzle both like dirt. That's fine. Oh, you need to get a perfect. That was accidental, but you need to get the perfect balance. Because I think I'd up to 100%. 30% water, 1% tall grass, 3% dirt. That's 7. 0.25 meadow. No. 0.3 meadow. So it made it so it's possible, but it's awkward, which I kind of like, but also I think it's a bit much. Especially if you want to go on your idea there, having a sky that requires all the elements. Cool. Save that, 'cause that's a lot. Right, Big B. We're very near the end of the actual imported ones. I think it's just Big B and Snarl left. Well, apart from Corgi, but I'll leave that for now. Big B. Collect Earth equals 0. I like the idea of Big B appearing because of another creature. Grizzle. Should be the way around, shouldn't it? Grizzle would appear because there's a Big B. Because Grizzle's like honey. That's what I'm thinking there. Can't do Big B for now. I'll leave it as Shelly. But make a note that we need to update Grizzle to be Big B at some point. Did I make Toy eat food? I think I didn't. Didn't make Puffle eat food either. Yes, everyone else is eating food. That's good. I'm trying to think which creature would be good for Big B to be linked to, if any. Also, would be ideal to link it to the beehive, right? Big B won't be happy until you've got a beehive, but we can't specify that just yet. Right, I think it'd be careful here, because Grizzle doesn't appear until Big B appears. But Grizzle only likes 3 types of flooring, so he can't make it impossible. I think just grass, better than tall grass. You get lost in normal grass, wouldn't you? And bees are 100% a daytime creature. Craft Earth equals 0. One drop down. Contains flare built. Floor coverage, grass. I'm giving appeal rating. Daytime. Contains shouldn't be a tree, that should be player built. There we go. wall coverage. Grass. What's Grizzle's grass requirement? At the end of it. 2.5. 2.5 as well. Let's keep it. Daytime. Don't know if daytime matters for taming, but we'll put it in there just so it's yeah, just in case it's required. So yeah, one more to go. Got Snarl. Again, not on about the corgi as well, because that's Kickstarter pet for now, so we'll leave it for now. Might add some spawning conditions. Actually, no, I'll add some people actually test it. You're right. So Snarl. If Hyper's still around, if you've got any inputs what you want, then let me know. I'm happy to do it. We'll give it a try. It does need plants, so we'll have contains plants. It should be specifically the chili plant, obviously, but for now, we'll just specify that you've got plants. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just for the corgi, you had like something small of everything. Tamed. Snarl doesn't appear until you've got a spike. Don't know if I had actually not mentioned it because spike is quite tricky to get in the first place. I think again I was saying earlier for the actual appearing shouldn't be that crazy, but for the coming into the garden and taming should be a bit more. Should have a bit more requirements. A peel ring, that'll be enough. That's some cool stuff. Build a fire pit, that sort of stuff. Whatever I was maybe liking. Cracked earth equals 0. Contained objects. Player. No plants. 5. Appeal rating. Need a spike. Any particular floor types you want it? Water doesn't work, but like, is green hiding in the tall grass? Right. I have to know now, so it's kind of not necessary, but it'd be quite handy to have like a copy paste, like copy all this into here, then just edit it, because most of these are going to keep the same and just increase the numbers.
You can just right click on the top bit, you know, it's like got 6, like that bar, copy that, and then it copies the whole.
What, that? Oh, you thought of everything, Rob.
Did you even try?
I just did it. I didn't try initially, no. I didn't assume a weird thing. Normally, like Control Z and everything just break stuff, and don't know how to try the normal.
Well, that's because that's my editor stuff. It's actually just base Unity. You can Control Z if you want as well.
Creatures have 2 spikes. Eaten 6 food. 3 grass. Cool. Save that, and then we'll just chuck some basic stuff in the corgi. So, unique creatures greater than or equal to 3. Wall coverage, cracked earth equals 0. Enter garden. That's something like it. Laura's back. Any creatures? I'm gonna make the corgi the day creature because we were talking about the idea that the cat would be night, right? 'Cause it kind of fits a bit better for the cat, so I feel good for the corgi to have that. I don't even know if it's possible to have 5 different creatures for this to tame him, but whatever. I've got unique creatures in it twice. That's a mistake. There we go. Save. So that's all the creatures have been put together. I don't think it's going to work at the minute, unless Rob's done some magical fixing. Since I've been making that. So I'll just save that. I think we're about ready to wrap up the stream here, though it's been quite a long one. We'll be streaming again on Thursday, but we'll be reviewing the rest of the Farming Fest sort of stuff to see. We might be streaming throughout the week as well. If not, at the very least, all the stuff is recorded and I'll be looping the streams again. So if you haven't missed anything over the past couple of weeks, or you haven't tuned in from the beginning of this stream, you will see this on the store page again at some point. So yeah, make sure to stick around. Try the demo if you haven't already. Rerun time. Yeah, rerun time. Try the demo if you haven't already. Most importantly, once you've played it, hit that questionnaire button and let us know what you think. Because as you can see, we're still literally developing it right now. So any feedback you give us right now, it's the perfect time to be implementing into the actual development as well. So all and any feedback is more than welcome. Please let us know how your experience goes. And yeah, wishlist the game as well. Thank you very much. I'll catch you later. Is there an ending screen? Oh, I don't know if Jack's got this set up properly. We'll see what happens.